Since you cannot cite our agreement, you're the one who shot me.
Mr. LaBeef has a point, Marshal. It is an unfair leg up in any competition to shoot your opposite number.
Oh, damn it. I do not accept it as a given that I did shoot LaBeef. There are plenty of guns going off.
I heard the rifle, and I felt the ball. You missed your shot, Cogburn.
Missed my shot!
You are more handicapped without the eye than I without the arm.
I can hit a gnat's eye at 90 yards. That Chinaman is running them cheap shells on me again.
I thought you were going to say the sun was in your eyes. That is to say, your eye.
Two at one time. I will chuck one high or far.
There.
There! My bullet!
Your bullet? If you hit what you aim at, explain my shoulder.
Gentlemen, shooting cornbread out here on the prairie is getting us no closer to the Ned Pepper gang.
One more. This'll prove it. Please hold fire. Find our way back. There are a few fiddle tunes I've not heard. Once heard, they're locked into my mind forever. Nothing, Ned?
Very good, Cogburn. Now what?
Oh, God damn it.
Cogburn does not want me eating out of his store.
That is silly. You have not eaten the whole day, and it is my store, not
Let
yours.
him starve. He does not track. He does not shoot. Accepted foodstuffs.
That was your initiative.
He does not contribute. He's a man who walks in front of bullets.
Mr. LaBeef drew single-handed upon the lucky Ned Pepper gang while we fired safely from cover.
Wait.
It is unfair to indict a man when his jaw is swollen and tongue mangled and who is therefore unable to rise to his own defense.
I can speak for myself.
I am hardly obliged to answer
It
the
is unfair
ravings
to indict
of
a
a
man
drunkard
when
who has been
his
leased
jaw
me.
is swollen and tongue mangled, and who is therefore unable to
I
rise
shall
to
make
his
my
own
own count.
defense.
I can speak for myself. I am hardly obliged to
It is
answer
you
the
who have
ravings
nothing to
of a
offer.
drunkard who has been leased
Jaw
me.
is
A
swollen
sad
and
picture
tongue mangled, and
indeed.
who is therefore unable to
This is
rise
no
to his
longer
own
a
defense.
I
manhunt.
can speak for
It is a
myself.
debauch.
I am hardly
The Texas
obliged to
Rangers,
answer
you
the
have
ravings
nothing to
of a
offer.
drunkard who has been leased
Jaw
me.
is
A
swollen
sad
and
picture
tongue mangled, and
indeed.
who is therefore unable to
This is
rise
no
to his
longer
own
a
defense.
manhunt.
I speak for
It is a
myself.
debauch.
I am hardly
The
obliged
Texas
to
Rangers,
answer
you
the
have
ravings
nothing
of
to
a
offer.
drunkard.
Thing to decide once you brought her into the
Yeah,
middle of the
I speak
Choctaw
for
Nation
myself.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas
obliged to
Rangers,
answer
you have nothing to
Not
offer. Thing to
so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought
goal,
her
we
into the
can't
middle of
send
the
you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas
obliged to
Rangers,
answer
you
the
have
ravings
nothing
of
to
a
offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal,
into
we
the
can't
middle of the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas
obliged to
Rangers, you have nothing to
Not so
offer. Thing to
close
decide
to
once
our
you
goal,
brought
we
her into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to
brought
our
her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
I'm hardly
The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide
close
once
to
you
our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide
close
once
to
you
our
brought
goal,
her
we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch. The Texas Rangers, you have nothing to offer. Thing to
Not so
decide once
close
you
to our
brought her
goal, we
into
can't
the
send you in
Choctaw
like
Nation
that.
debauch.
alongside, heading to the green flag. No longer 10K Beneke. 11K Beneke doesn't have as nice of a ring, but 1/10 separates Beneke from his teammate Holtzman. He'll line up in third alongside your 2021 ISO WC champion Valtteri Alander on the outside of row number 2. Phil Denez for the Zebras lines up in 5th with Sami Matti Trogan sharing row number 3. Trogan was pretty quick last time from the Lone Star State. The third of the red line cars in 7th alongside Roman Grosjean Esports in 8th. Logitech Gioltas looking to take victory on home soil with a second Zebra completing our top 10 positions. Vendaval and Dakota Fripp switching from the Audi to the BMW after SCO Sprint Masters competition yesterday in 11th, with Pure Sims in the 116 lining up in 12th. Urano Esports, Andre Melcher's lots of experience at a national level, winning GT3 championships. They look to carry that over to the BMW Sim GT Cup alongside the young Aussie himself, Vendaval Sim Racing and Dylan Burst. 13-year-olds races Hyundai excels in the real world. Julian Sonnen in the 888 for R8G in 15th alongside BVN Esports. A third R8G car, Roman Grosjean's team out in 417th with German Sim Racing by ACV. Sharing row number 9. Daniel Ferguson, Pure Sims Esports 19th with Mechanic Racing Black completing our top 20. German Sim Racing, the 200 car in 21st position with Alpha Esports in 22nd. Dream Factory Alpha Esports 23rd and 24th. The cars are rolling. We've got a rather big grid to work our way through. Dream Factory G-Sims 25th with Mechanic Racing 26th. Draper-G Vendaval 27th, 28th, RAG 29th, and Korea Kim Chi Power, 2 cars not setting qualifying lap times. It will be an additional Pure Sims car bringing up the tail end of our field as we are ready for the Thunder Down Under. It is $4,200 on the line. It is a trip to BMW Sim Live. The best of the best will be on action. We are ready here in Mount Panorama. It's Redline, it's Williams on the front row. 2 hours of absolute chaos as we get ready to go racing here in Mount Panorama and BMW Sim GT Cup competition. Kova already defending from the Zebras as we thunder down in towards turn number 1, and that leads us down the mountain straight and in towards the primary passing opportunity here on lap number 1. Griffin's Bend already looks like Redline Red has gotten around the outside of Alex Arana in that Williams Esports car as they thunder down. Lights flashing from Arana. I don't think he's too happy. Altus Esports side by side with the Pure Sims car as they work their way on the edge of the top 10. We are safely through the first corner. Can it continue as we climb up the hill for the very first time? Redline, Williams, Kova, Williams. The top 5 positions as now in towards the cutting, and that's usually your first problem area as you start the action here at Mount Panorama, but 30 cars looking good as they now get single file. They'll come over the top of the hill and they'll start to go down and descend the mountain here. We've seen some huge accidents at this corner, Sulman Park, in the past, but we'll be hoping that we get through this one cleanly, and indeed it looks like all of the cars know that it's much easier to lose the race at the start than it is to win the race at the start. Still 30 cars separated by just under 10 seconds at this point in time. Through Skyline, down through the Dipper, and out of Forest Elbow. The long run through Conrad Strait, very aptly named as it turns out. Will anyone get the run? Beneke is looking very, very racy, but he knows that his primary responsibility probably at this point in time is to help Patrick Holtzman, to help Chris Lullum, that I think is sharing that car, to keep hold of that first position and keep control of the race. Nothing happening for the first time in towards the chase, at least for the race lead. Further back, are there going to be any passes? I think everyone's just a little bit too strung out. Redline Blue right on the back of R8G in 7th position. Phil Denez about half a second clear of those cars in front. We complete lap number 1, and we'd love to say it, a very clean lap number 1. No cars pointed in the wrong direction. Everyone gets through there safely. German Sim Racing, Roman Grosjean Esports, side by side. This is for 16th position. RAG cuts off the front node as Fabio Unvedes has to go a little bit defensive on the cars behind the second RAG machine. Just trying to take a peek as Alpha Esports 21st and 22nd line astern. Great to see the team colors there on display as well. Here comes a move though for the Mechanic Racing number 15 as they get on past that second German sim racing car. Philip Koenig behind the wheel of the 200. Move already done as the cars up front already working their way up through the cutting as well. Over the top now they will come. This is so much fun. We jump on board with Williams Esports and Alex Arana. He started in second position, got a little bit swarmed on the start. That's what the team coordination just sometimes does. As wide to the wall as you dare for Arana, and now this is where you start that plunge down the hill. Get onto that curb, and now, oh, was that a little bit of a wall tap for Arana on the left-hand side? We will see the cars beating and banging themselves as they get as close as they dare, but Arana down through Skyline, in through the S's. This is so much fun. I love this section of track, just maximum commitment, maximum reward. Top 5 now separated by just under 2 seconds as Arana looks in front and starting to lose the rear end of Beneke very slightly. Bit more separation further back. All that fighting between the RHE and German sim racing cars has dropped them 1.7 seconds adrift from the BVN Esports car in 15th position. Beneke, does he take a look to the inside this time around? He thought about it. He thought better. Already 4 minutes in the book. The BMW Motorsports affiliated teams out front, Williams and Team Redline. Of course, we've seen on occasion the very wonderful BMW Team GB car competing here on the iRacing service. That, of course, is operated by the Williams Esports team. As Beneke puts in the fastest lap of the race, it's a 2:03.371. About 2 seconds off the pace of what we saw Shane van Gisbergen do in the real world. Take a look at your weather conditions. Relatively cool by Bathurst standards, at least here on the iRacing service. It's 24 degrees in the air. It's 36 degrees on the track itself. And I say relatively cool by iRacing standards. The only reason I say that is we've seen it get up to about 50 degrees Celsius in our Bathurst 12 hours here on the iRacing service. Of course, Enzo Benito, Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen who's competing in some certain other action here on a Sunday here as the F1 season comes to the end of its summer break. They dominated that Bathurst 12 hours earlier in 2021. Benito sharing a car with Beneke, currently sitting in that second position as once more they will come flying through McPhillamy Park. Very short straightaway that then leads you down the hill. 6/10 now separates Beneke and Arana. The red line car is just trying to stretch their legs ever so slightly. I mentioned pit stops are going to be crucial, by the way. It's just that pit entry. It can be so deceptively challenging. It's its own corner by its own right. So sometimes you just see cars getting it wrong. Have we seen? No, never mind. Timing screen just playing some tricks on me right now as down the hill it's been a relatively calm start. I'm hearing the sound of cars banging themselves into the walls, but it doesn't look like too much damage on any of these BMW M4s, at least for the time being. There you can see, though, the gap continues to build. Now just over half a second between Beneke and Arana. The BenQ car has some work to do if you want to close back onto the rear end of the red line red machine and make things difficult for Patrick Holtzman. 3 laps in the books, and I tell you what, all of these cars looking factory fresh. Let's jump on board with no longer 10K Beneke, he is 11K Beneke. Let's ride around Mount Panorama, in through turn 1, hell corner. Slightly cambered in, but you want to use the runoff on the outside to just power yourself down this mountain straightaway and through the undulation that leads you to the braking zone of Griffin's Bend. Up you go underneath that bridge and now down into that braking zone. now. Down a couple of gears. Beneke's into second as now he gets back on the power. Uses a bit of the curb on both sides to just minimize the distance that he travels, and in toward the final corner, Murray's corner. You can hear he's saving just a little bit of fuel. Try and clip as little of that curb on the inside. You don't want to run as wide as we saw Holtzman do in front. A lap around Mount Panorama, 6.2 kilometers, 23 turns. It is sometimes referred to as the blue hell by drivers in the real world. Two very different challenges. My RaceSpot TV colleague Lewis McClay finds this his favorite track on the schedule as Dylan Burrs, local, gets shoved off the track. I think that was contact with BVN Esports, and Urano takes full advantage. Andre Melchers has now gotten on through, and it's Urano and BVN side by side down in towards Griffin's Bend. Dylan Burrs behind is defending from Julian Sudden, who has slipped back into line. There's contact between Barter and Melchers. Over under now checks up all of that momentum. They are too wide, too deep, entering into the cutting. Doesn't usually work out, but Burst is going the long way around. Still side by side. He's got a nose in front of Barter right now. Sudden almost splits the difference, makes it 3 wide. Barter is going to get shoved down and now into 16th position. Not usually a typical passing opportunity as Quarry Corner, but guess what? That RAG car was full of confidence, made it work. Just behind them, the second of the RAG cars now having to defend from German sim racing by ACV as they start the plunge once more. It's a bit of a trolley train that is formed behind these cars. 10 minutes done, still plenty of actions left to go. Really do love the look of this RAG machine, but if I'm being honest, I kind of prefer the old RAG car, as it were. Underwent a bit of a brand transformation as Alexander Walters runs himself into the outside wall. The right side will be slightly worse for wear after that little bit of contact. Seeing a question in the YouTube chat, is Arnage competition here? Unfortunately not. We don't see the Arnage competition car by Eau Rouge. Yes, Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge, as here comes German sim racing, trying to go the long way around, but not gonna happen. Walters will close the door off. Now about 1.3 seconds adrift from the cars in front, and 1.3 seconds adrift is Valtteri Alander of Alex Arana. Here comes the pressure from Phil Denez. Denez was robbed of victory from Imola. He wants to turn that around. He wants to punch his ticket to BMW Sim Live. Alander hangs the rear end out, coming through turn number 1. Gives the opportunity for Denez to poke himself out side by side and maybe look to get the pass done in towards Griffin's Bend. He's not that far in front. I think Alander knows he can't afford to fight this one if they want to close the gap to the top 3. Now almost 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th position. Sami Matti Trogan, does he get around the outside? He thought about it, and Valentin Mandanesh in that RAG machine thought about it as well. All of these cars very, very patient, very, very wise, knowing that one mistake could be your last here in New South Wales. You do not want to end this race early, and of course, it's not just cash prizes for the top 3. It's not just a trip to BMW Sim Live, a virtual BMW Sim Live later in 2021. But 2nd through 5th, of course, invited to our finale of Season 2 as we go racing once more in Germany. We'll head to the Hockenheim Ring. Love the sound of the turbo BMW M4 as they come down the hill. Team that's taken delivery of a BMW M4, one of our favorites here at RaceSpot TV. Turner Motorsports also has some M6 GT3s up for sale. If you want to buy those, of course, get the team bank account out. Head on over to Turner Motorsports on social media, and I'm sure they'll accept all reasonable offers. I think our RaceSpot TV offer of $350 wasn't enough. We tried to open a bank account, but unfortunately, bank account not that deep. Looking rearwards from Patrick Holtzman right now, you can see there is some damage to the front right clip on Beneke's machine. Now the question really is, how much is that going to be affecting him? Lap time drop off already about 3/4 tenths of a second as the tires start to wear and these cars work themselves into the middle stint. Have we just had our first incident here? Oh yes, we have. Daniel Ferguson, I think, has been involved, along with the Mechanic Racing Team car. Let's go ahead and turn their attentions to the RaceSpot TV replay machine for the very first time today. See if we can pick up what happened between Ferguson and Claudio Mack. It's coming into the final corner, and it's just Mack leaving a nose to the inside at Murray's corner. One more look. Let's grab the aerial look presented by ATVO. Two doesn't go into one. The 12 car, Alpha Esports Red, gets involved in the checkup as well. And so two cars find themselves stricken at the tail end of the running order. Wonderful aerial shot as these cars over the top of the hill now, down through Skyline. They will start that descent. It is such a roller coaster of emotions. Bathurst, tricky to say the very least, but also a track where you know that you make most of the difference. So it's one where I think you really do enjoy the challenge. You relish the opportunity to make something happen. Gap now 1.6 seconds. The zebra behind knows he's got to go maximum attack to close the gap and try and reel in those top three cars if he wants any chance of trying to close on up. Cut strategy might be the way forward. A reminder, 2 hours, 2 different drivers. We will have a driver swap. It often also means we get 4 tire changes as well, because get enough time to switch around the tires when you're doing your driver swap as well. Alex Arana sharing that car with Agustin Canapino. Canapino's fans potentially the only ones that can rival Max Verstappen's when it comes to their enthusiasm for seeing their chosen driver here live on RaceSpot TV. BenQ car looking very, very good. Sister Williams Esports car slightly further down the road. It's Sammy Matty Trogan behind the wheel here. Of course, does compete now with Walkenhorst Motorsports, affiliated with the BMW program, of course. So much contact with the wall, and I'm thinking that's just a little bit of games being played right now. I don't think that's necessarily as significant as the sounds and the crumpling would indicate, because clearly all of these drivers running themselves to the very edge of what's possible. You can see as well, left-hand side of the screen, not too much of a mix-up in the top 5. The 116 of Pure Sims, the biggest mover when it comes to positions, at least for the time being, in the top 10, +3 on the day. -2 for the BS competition number 90 car. Sammy Matty Trogan, has he gotten the run out of the Forest Elbow? It is a very, very tricky complex of corners. Really need to nail it to build up your speed. Used to be a full mile long was the straight. Before in 1987 they added the chase for World Touring Car Competition. FIA requirements, a straight cannot exceed 1,200 meters. So they've added what is now an iconic corner, gravel, waiting to greet you if you get things wrong. We've seen a car dig in and roll over in recent years, just making that very slight mistake, as through the final corner, Trogan just still a little bit too far behind, but all over the rear end of the 2021 ISO WC champion. Alander is very competitive when it comes to open wheel competition. He is still getting to grips with GT3 cars and the difference between tin tops and open wheel cars. Still think he's a bit too far behind his Trogan to try and sling a move down the inside, but urgency will be increasing. He's 1.3 seconds now adrift of Phil Denez in front, who is trying to close that gap. Trogan gets to the inside, gets on through. Alander is not really fighting this one too hard, but over under, it will open the door for the RAG machine, who slings it down the inside as we enter into the cutting. Now it's just Luke Bennett that waits in that Team Redline blue car, waiting to take advantage. For the RAG machine, who slings it down the inside as we enter into the cutting. Now it's just Luke Bennett that waits in that Team Redline blue car, waiting to take advantage, at least for the time being. The Redline blue car is going to have to wait as we jump on board with Luke Bennett sitting in 8th position as things stand one down from where he started. Listen to the engine as just over the top of the hill. Slight breathe of the throttle. In fact, not even fully out of the gas as he enters in towards Skyline. down to 4th, down to 3rd, down to 2nd as he checks up behind Elander in that Kova Esports machine. Oh, he gets very close to the inside, uses all of that dip, and then some down this descent. Oh, and that is it was definitely a clip, but the iRacing gods have spoken, and, well, his front bonnet decides to magically uncrinkle itself. And Luke Bennett continues on trucking. Just 1/10 between 1st and 2nd, a further 2/10 back to Alex Arana. Those 3 cars separated by just half a second at this point in time. Dinez has started to be dropped. He was marginally slower, marginally being 100th of a second slower the last time around, but now 1.7 seconds behind. Dinez out of draft. Lots of work for him to do, as I've seen the Williams Esports guys jumping into the YouTube chat. Hello, Dominic. Hello, Sam. Alex being very, very patient right now, as you see on board with the BenQ machine. Under the bridge, down the hill, and in towards Griffin's Bend. Griffin's Bend named after the mayor that helped bring Bathurst to existence, helped rustle up the funding needed to create Mount Panorama Scenic Drive, opened in 1938. Can you imagine? Almost 100 years of heritage here in Mount Panorama. It is such a fun track as BS Competition, Urano Esports, they're squabbling as Dakota Fripp has had some sort of an issue. He's been bundled down to the 13th position. Saw Dakota in action yesterday in Sports Car Open Sprint Masters Racing. Get a great shot of the trees there. As here we go. That big red machine, that was the one that was robbed of victory at Imola. There was lap traffic that played a factor. And the question really is, at a track like this, will lap traffic be a contender once more? Already 30 seconds separates Team Red Line Green from the Mechanic Racing car in 30th. But have to wait and see if these cars make it to the end. There is lots and lots of contact here. It's always tricky. You hear it. You don't necessarily know it's a thing until you then see the crumples on the cars, but you're hearing lots and lots of contact. Dakota Fripp's car, the Vendaval Pink, looks okay, but Julian Sunnan might try and get a move done. Will he sling it down the inside? He thought about it. But nothing doing for the time being. It's now 2 seconds. That separates Alex Arana and Phil Dinez, so the gap continues to extend on out. Top 3 stretching their legs, breaking away from the chasing contenders behind. It is 3.5 seconds between Luke Bennett in that red line blue machine that sits in 8th position to the Pure Sims car in 9th. Remember, top 3 cash prizes, top 5, or 2nd through 5th, invited to our season finale. 6th, it might as well be 30th when it comes to prizes, but I think bragging rights on offer with a field as strong as the one that we've got here. Do love the look of some of these liveries. I must say the designers we have on the iRacing service, some of the best, not just in sim racing of course, but across the fields that I've seen. Red line, such a distinctive livery. Of course, you've got the red line down the middle of the car. Red and green very much differentiated for us, and then you've got the iLiveries designed Williams Esports car. Shame we don't see the Razor car in competition today. I always love seeing that Razor, the big green Razor car, driving around whatever track we are racing at. But the BenQ car does look quite nice. Then you've got the asymmetric Zebra as Dinez brushes himself up to the outside wall. I've said on prior BMW Sim GT broadcasts, this might be the best looking car in all of sim racing, and I'm only slightly disappointed to say that as someone who is part of several other sim racing outfits. Really is a wonderful looking car. Williams Esports Chill Blast also looking very nice. Prefer the Razor one, like I said before. RAG, I did say I prefer that 2020 car, but the way the spec map just reflects and glistens as the sun shines down on it really is wonderful to see. And then Kova Valtteri Alander is going to get a 1/18th diecast of his Dallara IR18 for winning that 2021 ISO WC Championship. M4 GT3 does look pretty good as well. David Gibbons, if you're watching, congratulations. You've done a great job with this car. The hometown boys, well, apparently their livery hasn't showed up as expected, but Logitech G Altus do always have a very tastefully designed car. Not sure exactly why it's not showing up correctly, but Carlos Fenolosa behind the wheel has set his sights forward on Alexander Davidson, who was one of our big movers in the early stages, but I think right now just content to ride around as things are, knowing if these guys can close the gap 4 seconds up to the red line blue machine in front. Still plenty on the table for Altus Esports. Samuel Aurora jumps into the YouTube chat to say Altus supporting a certain French football team that has signed the who's who in football over this past summer. As over the top of the hill, these cars come. Up front, Beneke got very close last time around to the back of Patrick Holtzman. I wonder how patient he can afford to be here, because as we jump back on board with Alex Arana, I would suspect Arana is just saving fuel and preparing for an undercut at this point in time. Don't really think he's going to force the issue in the early stages. Still plenty of time to go. Beneke playing rear gunner for Holtzman. Holtzman is going to share that car with Chris Lullum, who we've seen in the red line blue machine over the first 2 rounds of this BMW Sim GT Cup. Great to see the red line guys really trying to take the fight to Coanda. We don't have anything against Coanda. I mean, I'm picking my words carefully here because I know my boss Hugo Luis is watching on, founder of Coanda Simsport, of course an iRacing world champion in his own regard as well, but it'd be nice to have some competition. We don't want to just have an infinite amount of Coanda cars. We want to have the variety. We have 4 red line drivers already punching their tickets. We have Kova, we have MSI. Could we get Williams Esports finally punching their tickets as well? On board with Arana and in towards Griffin's Bend. Really lovely curve where you track yourself out wide. You dare to get close to that pedigree sign on the outside that is ready to greet you if anything goes wrong. Some say that the BMW car doesn't necessarily sound great, but the way that modern motorsports is going, you roll with the trends as Arana gets himself acquainted with the wall. I do think it doesn't sound that bad and definitely has its own regard. Delighted to be joined now by RaceBot's Sommel Aurora. Sommel, it's been an interesting opening 26 minutes or so as the top 3 have broken away from the leading pack, but ultimately, it's an interesting one. Beneke and Benito, they're just here for some fun. They're just here for cash prizes. It's really Holtzman versus Arana that we need to keep our eyes on.
Exactly, and Arana might be wondering, well, Beneke, if you're not even here for a qualification ticket right now, why are you holding me so badly right now? But for Arana, I think it's all pretty clear, right? As you rightly mentioned, Arjuna, it's more about the long game, more about how you can work things out with strategy. And if anything, Beneke is also doing the right thing. He's not pressurizing Holtzman. He's not going side by side consistently. That will just lose them time. And this is a good example of why we call him 11K Beneke, just that smartness in the way he's driving right now.
I think we need a new nickname for him though, Samuel, because 11K Beneke, it just doesn't have the same ring as 10K Beneke, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm sure we can come up with something. We've got plenty of time, 93 minutes or so to do so, but I'm sure we can come up with something for the World Championship Series coming up shortly.
Yeah, exactly. Got to think of something. Yeah? I think we'll have plenty of time, considering how well he's driving, considering how much of the focus has been on him so far. There'll be enough time to think about Beneke, because right now, both those red line cars asserting dominance. But over on Williams, right? Normally when you've got 2 cars running together at such a high position, they tend to run away, but you can see how much pace Williams and Alex Arana have got right now. It's quite clear this battle held up on choice. It's not because these guys have reached their top level of pace right now.
I think so. I think, again, this is just the long game, right? Knowing that it's much easier to bin it at Bathurst than it is to be the hero. As you can see, there's some lap traffic now in front of Phil Denez in that BS competition car. That is Vendaval Sim Racing and Matthew Stagg, who had to make a trip down onto pit road. Spent about 10 seconds in the box. Not exactly sure what happened there. Potentially taking the fast repair that is on offer in today's competition. We have seen that being used in the first 2 rounds of this BMW Sim GT Cup for some of these major competitors, and maybe something that lets these cars be a little bit more aggressive with the walls. They know that they'll get one free opportunity to get a factory fresh BMW M4 heading into that pit stop cycle in the middle of the race, but you don't really want to take full advantage of that because it's very easy to knock down the wall here to get yourself some steering damage, and then you're driving around for the remainder of your stint with a car that's not pointed in the right direction.
You're so spot on with that, Arjun, and even with the fast repair, right? You may say that you have one in the bag, but it's like having an amazing, delicious box of chocolates in your fridge, right? You have it, but do you want to consume it right now? I don't think so, right? You want to keep it for later on when you really feel that heavy urge for it, because later on it might be done. You might not be able to use it at all. That's the case with the fast repair. One touch, gone. And the thing is, at Bathurst, that one touch is never too far off. So if you take a fast repair, say for instance right now, for the next hour and a half of the race, you're gone and you've got nothing, and you've still got to contend with the same challenge. It's not like these walls become wider after you've taken your fast repair. So really, it's very strategic, and you can't bank on that fast repair big time.
Would be nice. I'm sure Shane Van Gisbergen has other responsibilities. It would have been nice to see him out there with his red line counterparts and competing today, because he is quick. He is quick, not just in the real world, but here on the sim as well. So I've really enjoyed watching Redline. You know, they've got the likes of Verstappen, they've got Van Gisbergen, Lorenzo Colombo with a Formula 3 performance over the weekend to make his teammates very proud of him. It's great to see this increasing blurring of the lines between real and virtual motorsports, and that's what BMW and BMW Motorsports is all about.
Outstanding, genuinely is. And the fact that we get to see this M4 GT3 car in the sim before it gets to real life is a perfect example of that. Now, I'm very intrigued to see what this car will be like in the real world, but the fact that we get to drive it, Arjuna, the fact that we get to race it at such a competitive level like the BMW Sim GT Cup is a thing in itself. And I love how committed the BMW team are with this, because firstly, it's a big risk, right? You let one of your biggest GT3 cars ever come up and start off in the sim before going to the real world. That's a big piece of risk that they've taken right now.
Sawmill.
Much like Redline, yeah.
Yeah, this is the swap. I did not expect it. Beneke around the outside, down the Conrad straight. I think Holtzman just not getting the best run out of the Forest Elbow. It now opens the attack for Alex Arana to take away second and take away tickets to BMW Sim Live. These cars 2.6 seconds adrift from the Zebras, so I think they can afford to scrap things out right now. Can Beneke start to build the advantage? Already 4/10 clear.
This will be a lot of fun. Now, we knew that Beneke had some pace in the background. We knew he was holding on to a little bit. I think this is a clear move by Beneke right now. He needs to stretch out a little bit, but can you? For right now, you need the green car also to get a good result. You can't afford both of them to be passed by the Williams car of Arana right there. If you get one pass, all of a sudden the momentum is with you, and they've got to keep that Williams car behind at all costs right now.
The Mechanic Racing number 15 that we saw getting mixed up, I think, with Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims machine. Oh, no, never mind. It's the second of the Mechanic Racing cars has had to reset itself back to pit road. I think we're going to go take a look at a RaceSpot TV replay here, because might have been an issue further down the running order. Oh, this is through the chase. Samuel Grana.
Oh,
was there contact with Eric Grove? He gets very lucky there to get away with one. I've seen some rather big ones into the tire wall. Let's jump on board with Grove and see from his perspective. No, it's not with Grove. Would be with Daniel Ferguson. So he's getting really into the thick of things. Hopefully you don't have that very annoying song now stuck in your head. Just take a look here, deep under the brakes, and yeah, there's the slightest of contacts. Ferguson really in the wars in that 117 car, but at least very respectfully gives that position back to, or lets the Dream Factory car hold on to the position even after what I'm sure was rather significant slowdown penalty. Down the Conrod straight, these cars work half a second. The gap that Beneke built over the top of the hill, but with that draft, Holtzman has worked himself right back to the rear wing. Arana is getting closer and closer as these laps tick on by.
Indeed, he is, and you can see the urgency from Alex Arana right now. We shall see what decision they take eventually, Arjuna, because I think early on we were discussing about the potential of them perhaps making that move in the long run, maybe trying with the undercut. Redline knows that as well. So how do you surprise them? How do you get the edge on them? And perhaps, is it the best thing in the world to maybe even lead at this stage? Because remember, at some points, it can become very hard to sustain the pressure coming from behind. So it might just be easier to stay in P2 and attack at that moment.
Oh! That's a Vendaval car spun through Murray's, finds a bit of clean air and gets himself pointed back around. This is Dakota Fripp, who will now drop to 20th spot. The way that car went, I assume there was contact, as Fripp's now going to get passed by the German sim racing machine down the inside into turn number 1. And now as well, here comes Jordi Clara in a second of the Dream Factory cars. Looks like some He says, not for now, I'm holding on to 21st position. Back we go to the RaceSpot TV replay machine. Let's see what happened to that number 4 Vendaval pink car. Believe that is the BVN car of Hugh Barter right behind. He throws it to the inside. Fripp doesn't leave him much space, to be completely honest there. A reactionary move back down to the inside to really squeeze the run of that BVN machine. And I don't necessarily blame Hugh Barter for that contact there, Sommel.
Yeah, no, it was good by Hugh. I mean, we constantly saw that Hugh was committed to that corner, and it's not just like it was a late send, right? It was premeditated. It was there from a long shot. So I think more on the Vendaval car, perhaps, just maybe leaving a little bit more space when you know it's going to come. Again, it was maybe an intention of Dakota to try and squeeze him out, maybe scare them off from that making that move. But eventually, when two drivers are unwilling to back down, this is what happens.
Cojones. I think sometimes that's what you need, just to force yourself there. And I think Barter was having none of it, and Fripp tried, but didn't work out. Gap is building up between Beneke and Holtzman. Beneke has been released, has done the fuel saving that maybe he wanted to do. The question is, what does Arana do? As there comes the fastest lap powered by ATVO. It's a 2:03.228. It's 1/10 faster than Patrick Holtzman in the draft.
And considering how things are right now, considering how tight this field is, even a 10th is a big deal, right? These drivers are so well matched up. Even if you can get that little bit extra on them, it prevents you from being attacked. So right now, of course, we know for a fact that Beneke won't be attacked that hard by Patrick Holtzman, of course. It's a given, right? They're both teammates. But what if Arana comes around? At this stage, you've got to be clocking in those faster lap times to avoid the potential of Arana being closer. But then again, at the same time, Arana would be banking on a really good undercut stint of maybe using that clean air to their advantage. But again, if you just build up your gap before the pit stop cycle happens, you can make it a bit harder for Arana, and that's what Redline are doing right now.
Question, is this a fixed race? No, it is not. It is an open setup competition, and especially at a track like Bathurst, that brings its own set of challenges. How much do you want to trim out? How much straight line speed do you need to have? How much are you going to compromise yourself over the top of the mountain? Now, in terms of straight line speed, we're seeing almost 300 kilometers an hour from these cars as we jump on board with Patrick Holtzman as he comes down this Conrod straight. See what the speed's going to be for him. It's 250 and climbing, not necessarily going to get all the way to 300, at least in this race, but 270, 280 seems about right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even know the exact number, but they're just flying past that sector constantly. And isn't it a bit crazy? In the middle sector, they're just going past basically what is Macau on a hill, in a way, and then straight back down on a long straight, Arjuna, consistently flying past those corners. And when they come to the chase, my word, you take a second or two to just calm your mind down at the backstretch, but immediately attacked by such a hard right kink, and then that tricky corner that tightens in. Bathurst, really an outstanding driver's challenge.
So the question for you, Sommel. Nordschleife or Bathurst?
It's it's a really good one. Kevin Escher was asked the same question. He said it's a mix, right? Bathurst is basically Nordschleife and Macau mixed into one. But I kind of get it, and you want the best of both worlds. So I think I'm going to go Bathurst. But again, at the same time, I just for the life of me can't take the Dipper. So I would have to go Nordschleife just because I can drive on it.
Boo. Well, yes, but boo. I know what you're saying, but Nordschleife is OP, at least in my opinion.
It is, really is.
If anyone from BMW is watching, let's go there for our Sim Live event to close off the year. I've also suggested we should have all 3 of the BMW cars on the iRacing service used in the finale. Let's do it reverse order. Let's start in the GTE, let's go to the GT3, let's finish in the GT4. I mean, what fun that was. You were talking about what Kevin Escher said. One of my favorite quotes. Escher compares this place to Macau and Nordschleife put together. Alexander Prema, who of course shared V8 supercars with Shane Van Gisbergen. We've talked a lot about Van Gisbergen. They won, well, he's sharing right now. He won in 2019 the Bathurst 1000 with Scott McLaughlin for the DGR Team Penske. He compared this track as a mix of the Nordschleife, Road Atlanta, and Laguna Seca.
But Road Atlanta in which sense? Maybe the double left-handers, perhaps? That's it? No.
Well, Road Atlanta is very unforgiving in its own right. I mean,
that's true.
You've got grass everywhere. I mean, and that's one of the things here. Where there's not a wall, there is grass ready to greet you. I mean, you make a mistake, you put one tire onto the grass in a braking zone, you find yourself spat into the wall, you find yourself spun around, find yourself having all sorts of issues. So, it's a very fun corner, a very fun track. Mauro Engel described it as the blue hell, so plenty of drivers have had their take on this one. We're just commentators at the end of the day. We'd love to get out there and drive these tracks in the real world, but it's only so much that we can do. Phil Denez has dropped 2.7 seconds behind Alex Arana, so that Zebra has really just not been able to close after getting on past the Kova car and then building up that advantage. Sami Matti Trogan 1.9 seconds behind them with Valentin Mandanek in that RAG number 18, hot on their heels. Redline Blue, by the way, did get on past Kova, but now have some work to do to close back to Mandanek and to Trogan. Of course, that 5th spot gives our final invitation to our season finale at the... Sorry, I was just laughing at some of our YouTube comments. Keep them coming. We very much are paying attention to you guys. It's always great to interact with you because I heard there's a slight delay in some real-world racing going on here today from a certain track in the Belgian forest. It's one of these tracks saving is not necessarily important, and from the racing sense, not that important either, because it's pretty easy in a GT3 car to go a full hour. But what it does do is it opens up some possibilities. It maybe says, okay, you can take a slightly shorter fuel stop. Maybe also says you can try and undercut, you can try and overcut, whatever the case may be. Plenty of opportunity to do something different on strategy.
Definitely is, Arjuna. Now that you talk about fuel saving at Bathurst, it's all pretty much a heaven for fuel saving in a way. So how do you fuel save? Quite simply, lifting and coasting. You can do that at corners. Well, corners that are fast, right? You can just lift out a little bit, not lose a bit too much time, or maybe heading into the slow ones, just lift out easily while coming into them. That sort of stuff can be done easily at Bathurst, especially in the second sector, where you've got downhill descending corners, where a little bit of lifting and coasting won't do you a lot of harm. And with that, basically, you don't need to lift and coast particularly because, of course, as you mentioned, the fuel numbers and strategy numbers would be okay. But what it does is, again, opens up options. What if you fuel save over the course of that 1 hour? It does save you a ton of time on your pit stop window. But at the end of the day, it's all about how much you save, right? Because you can lose a ton of time doing that lifting and coasting. Is it lesser than the time you save basically in the pit lane is the major question to ask right now. You've really got to balance it quite well.
Murray's has another victim. Not been an easy day for Pure Sims, to say the very least. This is Eric Grove. I am guessing, very likely, there was more contact here. Oh, no. We'll get the replay in just a second, but I was saying you get a tire onto the grass and it spits you around. Guess what's just happened? It's almost like I'm psychic. There you go. Just the slightest brush onto the grass on the right-hand side, and Eric Grove goes for a spin. The Korea Kimchi Power gets on through. His Pure Sim sister car gets on through, and Eric Grove will now be behind the 13 for Trapagee Sim Sports and Hayata Asaga. So it's very easy to make that mistake, and I've just been proven right. Always love to have that happen. 17 minutes away from the fuel window, and the one and only driver change that we'll see. Alex Arana, Augustin Canapino, they're sharing the Williams Esports BenQ car. Team Redline Red, of course, it's Enzo Benito, it's Max Benecke. Two drivers with tickets to BMW Sim Live already. They just want the $1,200 each in their pocket. Redline Blue, Luke Bennett, Jeff Giassi. Team Redline Green, Patrick Holtzman, Chris Lullum. So a three-car Redline assault. We'll have to wait and see if Enzo Benito plays that rear gunner in the second portion of the race. Maybe now just letting the Redline Green car do some fuel saving here, Sommel.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose that was what the intention really is with this move. Because normally, why else would you swap, right? There's no reason for that. You're comfortable, you're doing fine, you're not being pressurized by Williams. And what Benecke has done a little bit as well, has he's extended that train behind, right? You look at the gaps to Phil Denez right now, a bit bigger than what they were previously. And still, even with Arana, he's not as close as he was. Only marginally, yes, but he isn't. And that's an amazing thing, right? Benecke controlling the pace early on while allowing Patrick Holtzman to save fuel. It just works out well, Double.
There's some action going on. This is the two PSG colored cars. It's Altus and Urano, who opens the door for Dylan Burst to sling it around the outside. The young 13-year-old that races in the real world tried it, but doesn't make it stick. Julian Sunnan now, does he do it? No, he doesn't. He doesn't commit to the inside of the cutting. I think that battle was kind of preceded, I should say, by an issue for the second of our BS competition cars. So once more, we will take a look at a replay here. And BS competition getting it slightly wrong, being very aggressive, diving to the inside. I would think that's on the Altus car of Carlos Fenalosa. Fenalosa says, okay, I'll go over under, but then some slight bumper cars between the two of them checks up the momentum of Fenalosa in front, and that's why I should say we saw side by side.
Oh man, this is relentless. You make one error and you get squeezed out. That's what it was, a BS competition. But I love this, right? I love how intense they're being in the middle of their stints. Normally, Arjuna, people would just calm down, focus more on your fuel saving, more on your fuel numbers. But them, they are absolutely going for it. And isn't that what we love to see in the middle of a stint?
That's what we want. I mean, again, these drivers only have about 15 minutes before they'll get out of the cars and watch on from the sidelines. So might as well get in on the fun when you can. And I guess the big red machine has some work to do. We rejoin the live pictures as Carlos Fenalosa has lost the place to Dylan Burst just in front, and now under pressure from Julian Sunnan in that R8G car. We've seen Sunnan being a part of the R8G juniors, as they call themselves, some of the hottest French youngsters. I was trying to find the right words there. Hottest French young talent in sim racing, and I'm sure Romain Grosjean is really enjoying watching his outfit. He is very much involved with the team. It's not just a team that bears his name. He is very much hands-on and always part of the action. As here comes Sunnan to the inside of Fenalosa. Side by side, they enter the corner. Will Fenalosa decide to defend this? No, he says, go on through. We need to catch those cars in front. This is smart. This is knowing what the long race situation is. And all it takes is one big incident here, Sommel. A track blocker up through the mountain. You could find yourself going from 10th to 2nd.
I actually was speaking just about that. I made a note of that, saying track blocks, very, very possible. But again, right, we've got to understand the level of these drivers. They are some of the best on the iRacing road service with GT cars. And there's a very limited chance that they can make those sort of errors. But we're talking about Bathurst right here. A slight misjudgment, a slight change here or there, or this could happen. I remember one of the hottest young talents of Norway, I think it was Oscar Bixler, who made one error right here in the final season of the Sim Racing Grand Prix Norway that happened right here at Bathurst. He clipped the wall by a little bit, Arjuna, only damaged the front fender of that Porsche, but he dipped down from P2 all the way down to P9. Reason being, consistently losing out a couple of tenths every lap, every time. And all the others said, well, if you're losing time, I might as well pass you. You can't afford even that much of an error right here.
Was it, what was it in 2005? Now I'm, not 2005, 2015. I'm trying to remember. Chaz Mostert, that's who it was. He had a huge crash through the dipper. I mean, he was really sending it during qualifying. Go fast timers. Alex Arana punches in the fastest lap. This time it's a 2:03.105. Can see the pace is clearly there for that Williams Esports BenQ car. But yeah, it was a huge, huge crash. Just clipped the inside, I think, through the dipper. That spat him out then towards the walls, proceeding in towards the forest elbow. He had huge damage. The car just slid down the mountain until it finally came to a rest.
Yeah.
Car had to withdraw, not just because the car was so badly beaten, but there was damage, injuries to Chaz Mostert as well. Season-ending injuries, unfortunately for him. So really is a track where, especially during qualifying, where that pressure is on. Go fast time, as I like to call it. You push the limits, you find out how unrelenting, how unforgiving the mountain will be. The mountain sometimes picks its winners, not always up to the driver. Been some huge crashes in GT3 racing across this track as well. But we must say, Sommel, while we're talking about V8 supercar competition, before we get to that, oh, that's the track blocker. That's the track blocker. It's down the order. Korea Kimchi Power has nowhere to go as German sim racing stricken on the entry in towards the cutting.
There we are then, the one we were talking about so vividly. And that track block has happened. German sim racing, I think it's clear, Arjuna. Maybe making an error on the exit of that corner, perhaps lighting up the tires. You normally don't do that at turn number 2, but again, let's take a quick look at what's happened right now. And I feel there has to be some assistance.
I think you're right. Dakota Fripp sends it to the inside. There's not going to be assistance. He's just going to be shoved off wide. Oh, no, never mind. You're right. There was some assistance. That was Jordi Clara in the second of the Dream Factory cars. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened there if we can. Just get spun around and now jump on board if we can. We'll have to go back and take a look at there. Oh, just no time to react. And you pick a direction. It's almost like oval racing. You pick a direction and hope things go right. This is on board with Young Chan Kim. And indeed, there you go. Thought he was going to pop back out. So tried to come to the right-hand side of the track, realized the car wasn't rebounding, brakes very much on hold by the German sim racing car, and Philip Koenig goes for the ride of his life. The Korea Kimchi Power at least holds on to its machine. Great to see Young Chan, by the way, in action. We're talking about that Korea Kimchi car. I won Endurance, a 24-hour race, an iRacing special event with Young Chan. Feels like a long time ago when I was actually behind the wheel of one of these cars rather than talking about them. I do enjoy a good old Bathurst race, though. Hopefully, we won't see what I did in a Bathurst race, Sommel, which was, well, what can I say? Leading the race, final pit stop, forgot to come down onto pit road.
Brilliant. Oh, how? How do you make an error?
It was clearly my teammate's fault. He forgot to call me in. Clearly my teammate's fault.
well, you end up enjoying Bathurst a bit too much, right? When you're in the flow, you forget about everything. You forget about who's calling you on your phone. You forget about pit stops, strategy, or even if you're just really sweaty. This circuit just invites you to go faster, doesn't it? When you're in the flow of it, it really is fun. But that's the thing, Arjuna. Tunnel vision, when you really get into the rhythm, even a slight lapse in concentration or something here and there can break things up. And the best part right here is when you're driving properly, when you're driving with the full flow, a slight change in your racing lines, perhaps in the second sector, boom, there's a track blocker. There's not just you, but 12 other cars that's wrecked off in the race. Yeah, absolutely. And to get back to the point that I was making before we had the little bit of a contact between Dream Factory and the German sim racing car. Great to have V8 supercar action back on the iRacing service as they kicked off their Pro Series competition last week. It was a family affair in the sim races portion of things. Cowander's Dane Warren taking the victory, but his brother Ethan Warren taking a second place. Wait.
It's what you love to see, Sommel. The even more impressive thing is those two are driving from literally across the same room from each other. I say across the same room. It's not a big room, so they're literally side by side.
Wait, you mean there's another? I completely wasn't aware of that. Wow, we talk about having one Warren in the team. If that wasn't enough, there you have another one, and he's just as quick.
And
that is frightening.
The funnest thing, at least when you think about it from this perspective, Sommel, is they're not racing for the same outfit. So Dane Warren competing for Walkinshaw Andretti United, of course a very big team in V8 supercar racing. His brother competes with Tickford Racing. They're rivals. It would be like driving for, you know, in today's terms, I guess Mercedes and Red Bull.
And I wonder if there's a temptation just to look backwards, just maybe turn the head around and see what the other's doing at times to get a good idea of how they prepare, how they work. But I need to wonder, is there some sort of talent factory in Australia right now? They just seem to be producing some really mercurial drivers. Rogers, Warren, now Warren's brother in as well. Who's next? I'm surely I'm missing a couple because there really have been quite a few good ones coming from there. Paul Albert.
Yeah, you've got the Altus guys. That's what I was going to say. Dylan Burst for Vendaval as well.
True.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Clearly there's something in the water. What they just need is to fix physics. They need to fix the speed of light so that they can race with relatively little ping. Of course, we saw Josh Rogers relocate from the land down under to the Coanda team house in Germany. I'm sure partially, not all related to the fact that he wanted to have slightly better latency to his competitors when he's racing in those World Championship ranks, but also potentially just the team house is such a wonderful concept. It's an esports concept as Beneke takes the fastest lap back at 2:03.101. The top three trading lap times back and forth 6 minutes ago till the pit stop window opens.
And you can take a look at how much it has affected. Come back again. Oh, meanwhile,
this is the Alpha Esports red car. Matt Karuna.
No.
Oh, I'd have to think there's contact there. There's no way there wasn't contact there.
Well, normally if you're going around there, if you cut the lawn by yourself, you can go straight. Turning around is a bit hard, and there's why.
That's Dakota Fripp on his own comeback drive. Let's jump on board with the Vendaval Sim Racing car. Just pokes his nose to the inside, shows the nose, and, well, Dakota's having a rather rough race, if we can say that here, Sommel.
It's Bathurst. Stuff like that happens. Things can get a little bit messy at times. It's all about putting your head down later on and recognizing where you were wrong, where you weren't. And that is going to be something, right? There have been a few incidents, and let's be honest, there will be a few more incidents. It's Bathurst at the end of the day. It's a circuit that invites stuff like that. And talk about having a beautiful shot, Arjuna. That right there, the scene that we just saw, cars going down the dipper, still baffles me how every single lap these guys are constantly lapping in, and someone like Beneke is just going out there and clocking in fastest lap after fastest lap. It is remarkable how challenging of a circuit it really is, and I know sometimes it may sound like an exaggeration, but just drive there. It's just madness.
It's a great thing about iRacing, right? Anyone can boot up a session, get into their car of choice, and have some fun. Experience the thrill. The cars may not be real, but as Jimmy Broadbent once said, the racing is still real. The friendships that you make are very much real, of course. And an emotional send-off for Zach Campbell and the Apex Racing team yesterday in that SCO Sprint Masters finale. His final race for the Apex Racing team after 2.5 years of competition. Had his team manager join in as well to give a bit of a send-off. Signed as an oval driver, now one of the top talents on the iRacing service, competing with Apex Racing team in the World Championship ranks. He ran under the Team RLL banner as well, so great to have Rahal Letterman Lanigan, a team with their own history of BMW competition, being a part of all things iRacing. I will also say, Rahal Letterman Lanigan maybe we'll get the BMW prototype to the iRacing service. Maybe we'll get a RLL BMW partnership heading into the new era of sports car racing, Sommel. I am so excited to see what BMW has to offer when we go to Daytona, I think, in 2023.
Exactly. LMDH is coming up in BMW. So many manufacturers, right, interested in that particular variant of cars. And I love it. I love that the focus is coming back onto endurance racing. Now, I am a Formula E fan as well, and I'm a bit disappointed to see so many big brands leave Formula E, but there's a reason for that. It's not a part of their strategy anymore, and the inner endurance racing fan within me is just laughing with happiness to see BMW come back, and along with a few other top manufacturers, not just alone. So there's that element of competition, and already, Arjuna, we're already cooking these sort of really weird dreams in our head, thinking about, oh, what about the LMDH cars that come to our racing? What about hypercars? And then at the same time, what about them in the rain that's going to come up as well?
Oh, yes. I am so excited for rain here on the iRacing service. It's going to be such a game changer, especially at Bathurst. You can just imagine you've gone from the perfection that we see from these guys that hit their marks lap after lap after lap. Now, that ever-changing weather dynamic is just going to make it that much more tricky, as this is R8G and Valentin Mandanek right on the back of Sami Matti Trogan. They've closed the gap to Phil Dinez in front, but they are now almost 7 seconds behind the race leader. So very much fighting for 4th and 5th, those final spots and those final invites to BMW's Sim GT finale from the Hockenheim Ring. Hockenheim, such a great track. Great to have that on the iRacing service. Will be added to the European roster in terms of Grade 1 tracks. We had Red Bull Ring, recently added as well. Hungaro Ring going to be one that is added shortly. That was the track that we had revealed as well, with some very beautiful teaser images. Cannot wait to get that onto the iRacing service. That's going to be fun for these GT3 cars.
Honestly, and I don't get why people don't like the Hungaro Ring, as we see, of course, RNG Esports trailed by everyone else behind them, but it's an amazingly technical circuit, that one. Just because Formula 1 a couple of times a few years ago didn't have a really good race over there, many people say, Hungaro Ring, boring, dull, slow, tight. This year we saw what it can do. Of course, conditions helped, but genuinely, at that circuit, you've got to be so smart with passing. And at the end of the day, Arjuna, I think we overestimate the race fun. Just people and drivers that can follow each other quite well and make the competition intense. Much like what we're seeing right now, right? You just need that intrigue in the air about, okay, can X driver make out something special in the coming few minutes or coming few hours? That is what we need, and right now we get that with Alex Arana.
I think you're right as well about it. The passing difficulty at Hungaroring is sometimes wildly understated because it's such a narrow track. I mean, going too wide at times is really just not possible. Almost halfway through the race, I was kind of expecting someone to dive onto pit road. Arana elects not to. I would suspect that's partially because he doesn't want to feed out into lap traffic, but you know who has come down? It is Phil Dinez. He's followed in by Sami Matti Trogan. The pit stop window is open. As fastest lap, now it's Patrick Holtzman, a 2:03.034.
I mean, they had to, right? They had to take that jump early on. They weren't able to make anything work out right now. Perhaps trying for something special in the clean air. You've got to do that jump. When you can't pass them directly on the circuit, maybe try something different. Maybe try going first.
And you saw that fast repair in action. Magically damage fixed on the front of that Zebra. It will be Dinez to hand that over to Reino Talvar. Kind of wondering if we'd see the new recruit to BS competition, Kenny Rooston, who was very impressive for Valkyrie Esports from Imola, jump in, but no, it will be Talvar. Dominic Stave takes over from Sami Matti Trogan. We, of course, saw Dominic in the YouTube chat slightly earlier, so said he wasn't too happy about racing on Sunday when there's other real-world motorsports going on, but he's got the call. He's going to be driving that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Michael Evdoka gets behind the wheel of the 116 Pure Sims car, taking over from Alexander Davidson. Switch around for one of the R8G cars, Colin Karazani. Does Redline blink? Does Williams blink? It is Beneke, it is Holtzman, it is Arana. What are you thinking here, Sommel?
I suppose they should. I mean, it's the ideal time, right? But again, there's a feeling that Redline maybe has saved up quite a fair bit. We saw the green car do ample of it early on. I mean, in this part of the race, I'm sorry. And the red do it early on as well. So maybe I think they can go another.
Oh, no, they're indicating they're down. 3 cars all down at the same time. Does anyone make a mistake? You can really aggressively cut those curbs. Status quo remains. Onto the limiter they go. Beneke will hand over to Enzo Benite. Holtzman will hand that one over to Jeff Giassi, I think it was. No, Chris Lullum, excuse me. Alex Arana, of course, over to Augustin Canapino. One car goes for the overcut. It's R8G. See how this one works out. It depends where these cars cycle into some traffic, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be too big of a factor here.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you catch them out at one place where you absolutely hate to find traffic, basically the Macau part of the circuit, basically a hill. If you find anyone up there, you are losing so much time. And that's the thing with strategy, right? With overcuts and undercuts, it's all about clean air. What can you do with clean air on your side? And you've got to come out when you've got that clean air. RAG, I think they've got it.
Interesting to note, there's some different tire strats going on as well. Pure Sims and Michael Ivdoka, they were in the box for 40 seconds. While Williams Esports were there for 55 seconds. And, well, Williams Esports has actually just gotten the move done, so I think that's just a move from Ivdoka to try and gain some track position, not necessarily thinking it's going to give him the outright advantage. But he has competition. They took 4 tires as well, so they're now stuck behind a number of cars. Who rolls off first? Benito, 54 seconds. That is a full tire strategy that is on the cards for those competitors. Status quo remains, though. Benito, Lullum, and Canapino, but they're now separated by 1.3 seconds each.
That is what it's all about, right? The fuel saving. I think they spend less time on the jacks, maybe, saving a little bit of fuel. I can confirm that by checking the timing screen in a moment or two, but that is outstanding, Arjuna. That is what they were building towards all that while, and now they can just live in without any pressure in this stint.
Michael Ivdoka has jumped up then to 7th in front of Jess Giassi in the red line blue machine. Right behind Giassi is now Quinton Violate. Another car on the 2-tire strategy. Things are mixed up here from the mountain. With 56 minutes to go, plenty of time for some fun to be had. Of course, these cars now they're now fighting, I should say, to try and leapfrog the RAG car that is down onto pit road. Mandanek will hand that one over. So we now wait and see what Valentin Mandanek will do on pit road. He is, of course, sharing his car with Elliot Veyron, who will jump behind the wheel. As out of Forest Elbow works Benito, winner at Bathurst in February. The iRacing Bathurst 12 sharing the car with Max Verstappen, but now in the BMW M4 GT3, slightly different to what he was driving then. Can he stretch his legs? Can he put $1,200 into his pocket, to Max Beneke's pocket, or will he help out Chris Lullum as they search for tickets to BMW Sim Live? Canapino has had a pretty awful lap number 1, if I'm being honest here, as he gets those tires up to temperature here, Sommel. He's now 2 seconds behind Chris Lullum.
Exactly, losing around some half a tenth of a second on this very lap. And one wonders, Arjuna.
Well, one wonders, is Elliot Veyron going to cycle to the race lead? 2 tires onto the RAG car. He is 5 seconds clear of Enzo Benito. Strategy on the cards right now. The question is, can Veyron hold off the charge of the red line machine?
Thing is, with Bathurst, it's very hard to keep your track position when a faster car is coming in. You can do that for a lap, maybe a couple of laps, but the draft can be powerful. And it's not just one long straight you've got right here, Arjuna. There's a couple of them to make your moves work out. I don't think prioritizing track position is the smartest idea, but again, I want to be proven wrong. I want to see a team like RAG go out there and win a race like this and make their way up into the finals of the BMW Sim GT Cup. My word though, have they rolled the dice and have they tried something else? And at the end of the day, isn't this what we want, right? Some element of spice. And coming back to Williams, how did they lose their time? Firstly, as you rightly mentioned, a slow outlap. But secondly, Arjuna, 1 second extra in the pit lane, then red line. And how did that come about? Well, fuel saving by red line allowed them to go that little bit shorter.
Well, I thought it was going to be a 3-car fight for the win.
Same.
5 seconds, that's not an inconsiderable gap. If you're 2/10 a lap quicker, it's going to take you a healthy dose of time to catch up. And then, as Murray Walker used to say, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. There are plenty of straights here, Sommel, but by that same token, if you can get some decent runs out of the Forest Elbow, through the chase, through Murray's corner, and then through Hell corner, you're not going to get past, basically, from Griffin's Bend up through the mountain until you come back down to the chase. So it's possible this will work out, but it's a very bold call. It puts a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Elliot Veyron.
It does. I love the initiative, right? You want to see someone trying something different. I mean, imagine a race where everyone just does what they're supposed to do. I think mostly it's called Formula 1. But hey, here we are back again with RAG, right? And coming back to what they're doing right now, Arjuna, you mentioned about the run off from those corners. But the BMW M4 GT3, at times, many people say it can be very hard on those rear tires. And now, of course, you might be changing tires on one side of the car, not one end of the car. Still, one of your rear tires is going to be really, really chewed out at the end. And RAG, as far as I can tell, I think looking back now, they were doing a little bit of tire saving in that first stint. Maybe that's why. I mean, no, were they doing some tire saving? I think they were very aggressive, weren't they? So that's going to be an even bigger thing for them right now. That firstly, they were aggressive in that first half. And secondly, one of their rear tires is going to be chewed out. So those exits, those corners leading onto the straights, it's going to be very hard to do.
I tell you what. Let's go look at a replay and see just how different the strategies are, and it involves a fellow RAG car. Reina Talvar in the Zebra, the number 89, gets on pass, and so easy, pulling to the inside of Colin Karasani, and just, how easy was that? I mean, just didn't even blink when he made the pass happen. That is 4 tires versus 2 tires, so we know it's not necessarily so hard to get the pass done itself, and now the gap already down to 4.2 seconds. Elliot Veyron, 15 years old. He is a runner-up in the real-world racing Formula 4 cars, vice champion of the France Karting Junior in 2020. This might be one of his biggest tests yet, though, to fend off Beneke, Benito, Lullum, and Patrick Holtzman.
Exactly. I mean, it's a very formidable list of drivers to have in your back mirror, right? And once you check that bottom right-hand corner on your screen while you're driving, you see, oh, Enzo Bonito, okay, Chris Lullum, Canapino, Dominic Stabe coming behind as well. I would be daunted, but Veyron cannot let that happen. And to be honest, Arjuna, with the RG junior team, they haven't felt like a junior team. Many a times, of course, they outperform the senior team when they are on there. And it makes me wonder, what is junior anymore when you've got drivers like this at such a young age just coming out there and performing and sometimes even beating some of the best drivers in the world. So I don't think that pressure will be a major problem. I think they're all conditioned to that in Team RG Esports, considering how often they perform at such a high level. Just, I think the strategy, is it genuinely going to work out in their favor? If Bathurst had one straight, it would still be fine. 2 of them, I think it just plays against them big time.
Gap already now 3.5 seconds, so purchase you get from 4 tires clearly paying off, and I would suspect by the time we get to 30 minutes to go, Veyron might already be down to 3rd and now having to defend from Canapino for that final step on the podium and the prize money that is associated with it. More passes further down the field. Urano getting passed by. BS Competition and the Big Red Machine. Nathan Lewis behind the wheel. Of course, that Big Red Machine really should have punched tickets, if you ask me, to sim live at our season opener in this M4 GT3 car. Just lap traffic playing a factor coming through Variante Alta. That very quick chicane. Kova went one way. Phil Dinez went the other, and, well, lap traffic and Dinez met in the middle effectively, and Kova then went from there, took control of the race from Mille and dominated. Tuomas Tatila and Pekka Toivonen victorious on that day. Of course, Tatila sharing the car now with Valtteri Alander, and Kova find themselves down in 14th position. Another car taking 4 tires. So always fun when you think about 4 versus 2 tires. In fact, there may have been some additional damage being... Well, actually, now I'm a little bit confused. I thought I knew what I was talking about. But at 70 seconds stationary, was that 4 tires for Tatila? Was it 2 tires for all the cars that took 55 second stops in the box, the likes of Benito, Lullum? And is Elliot Veyron doing what was he doing what we saw in the BMW M8 GTE and season 1 of this competition and not changing tires at all?
Exactly what I was wondering, Arjuna, because normally in most cars you have to go around in a minute to get all 4 tires. Again, I got confused over there as well, but stuff happens. Again, only normal, only natural that you get confused. But what it does mean is that the call from Elliot and RAG is even bolder. So watch out for BS Competition, right? 4 sets of tires on that car for sure. just keep tracking that 89. They will be very representative of how things go out eventually. And for Elliott Veyron, Arjuna, let's consider where they were. I don't think it's going to be very likely for them to hold on to the lead. But considering where they were before that pit stop is going to be essential to see if that strategy works out as well. Because
Quinton's lapping up and down. We're catching pure sims, bro. We're catching everyone.
You're right, I can't slow as, man.
We're only 3/10 off a red line.
Really?
Yeah, 3/10.
maybe just even better, slightly a little bit better, right? I love this, and the fact that there's a high quality racing
Wait,
wheel at BMW
no,
Sim
we'll get
City
P10.
tough
We can
around,
get P10.
where
You
drivers
do
can
realize
just
the
compete
Pure
in
Sims
there,
car,
and the fact that
the
it's
Pure
an
Sims, the
open event,
RAG
Arjun,
car, and
makes it
the
even special.
other RAG
Honestly,
car are all
you,
lapping
dear listener, can
7
also
tenths
just
off the
join in
pace.
for the next weekend for the open race. Take part, and
Oh,
if you're good
Quinton.
enough in terms of iRating, you might just find yourself on the broadcasted
Yeah,
race.
he's very far up
That
the
sort
road,
of stuff
man.
just makes it feel even special, doesn't it? And a race like that, having a manufacturer's name on it, just extra special.
We won't mention the
Who's in the Pure
manufacturer
Sims car?
who you're talking about. On board,
Michael?
Random.
Benito, to
Random,
the
yeah.
inside of Veyron, and to the race lead once more. Lullum follows him through. Veyron, 2 positions lost in just 1 corner. Now the main job, though, for Elliot Veyron is to hold on to the tail of the red line machines to fend off the challenge from Augustin Canapino, who is about 3 seconds adrift. Behind them, it is 8 seconds back to Dominic Stabe, so 40 minutes left to go. Veyron still has plenty of work to do, but now it is red line back at the front, 1 and 2. We'll also say, we were talking about the fact that they put the car onto the iRacing service before it was even officially homologated. I mean, the greatest thing, if you ask me, is the fact that now, you know, it shares a component in the sim world versus the real world. You've
What
got,
is
of course, the
with-
steering wheel that we're taking a look at right now, the Fanatic, what's it called, Podium M4 GT3 steering wheel. You can literally take the wheel off the real
How much
car,
Taylor
throw
fucked
it onto
us
your
up?
simulator, and vice versa.
Why is it giving all of a sudden? The one we did earlier, it was all fine. I'd load up, then it'd give. This one's just giving.
You know, one of the BMW drivers who also competes here on the sim pretty regularly with BS competition. I'm sure you'll still enjoy
Yep, it's
it.
growing to Kobe.
I mean, if I was a 12-year-old kid,
The rear
which
tires are
sometimes I
a
turn
little
into,
bit more damaged than
most
what
of the
we did
time,
in practice.
I would love
so.
it. Imagine, I mean, even if
Alright,
you don't have a real world car, some rich 12-year-old kids might just do, might just get the
What, a
chance
track
to
temp?
drive in a race
Or
car
you
like
drive
the
harder?
BMW M4, maybe sometime in their life. But just the fact that your sim racing wheel can
I
go
drove
into
harder.
the M4, how
But
empowering is that feeling?
You should be able to do
if you've got rich parents,
the
maybe
times
if you're
that you
rich
were
enough and
doing
you earn that money on your own,
in
go
practice,
for it.
you should be
What a
doing
wheel.
now.
And to be honest, Arjun, if I had it, I wouldn't
Like,
even use it. I would
remember
just
you doing
keep
the
it
threes?
framed. Like, this is the
High
wheel.
threes?
It can go on my sim
Yeah.
Try and get
on
that.
the real world race car. That's, oh my god, that's
Righto.
crazy to even think of it. I want to be a part of that meeting where they actually decided, yep, we are going to do just this.
I'm trying to now find if I can purchase this, to be completely honest. I forgot about it for the longest time. Doesn't seem like you can do it just yet. Maybe I'll send a note to the BMW guys and say, just send one over my way. I'll
Alright, Jake passed. How's it fucking breaking out?
Yeah, it wasn't very good. Someone in D class in this? There's no way that guy's in D class.
Ugh.
RHG Sports. What? Come on, Will. Need a really good lap. Need some better lap than that. We won't lose positions, but whether or not if we can gain.
in fact, highlighted the better parts of the car, the rear end and the side profile.
Still think the Razor car looks better. I blame Josh.
There's that.
I blame Josh for getting sick. How dare you get sick? So we are deprived of the BMW M4, that Williams Esports Razor M4. Not just biased because I grew up in Singapore. Razor, of course, being a Singaporean company. No bias whatsoever. Let's check out some of these liveries. EPS Competition, they've done a decent job with the front grille. I can imagine he's pretty peeved, but plenty of time to try and work himself back up. uRano does have a nice paint scheme, just not for today's race, apparently.
I mean, to be fair, if you had to have a backup paint scheme, this is good. Again, French football fans might like it. No, wait. The fans of a certain French city's football team might like it. All the others might say, well, you've just killed La Ligue. But hey, different story otherwise. Normally, the uRano colors can look quite good. I remember what they did for another car, I think the 911 GT3 Cup. The way they made it work was just stunning with the red and black.
I was going to say, Samuel, aren't you a fan of a certain other football club that's made some big moves in this summer?
I am. I'm staring at its crest right in front of me. It's in my bedroom. I'm a big fan. They're playing in 20 minutes as well. So
well, you'll be able to jump off just in time then. I will say, it's been a crazy summer in terms of football/soccer. I, of course, do live in...
Football.
But I live in America, so I've got to at least acknowledge that it's got another name here as well. This is almost a three-way fight for what is this? This would be 9th position. Kova runs a little bit deep, get a bit of a bump. They run a little bit wider after that. BS Competition, the big red machine says thank you very much, and now attacking Michael Avdoka. Nathan Lewis looks to the inside through hell corner. It's side by side. Who'll get the better run? Down the straight, it's Lewis. He's already got the position.
The Zebras are running wild here in the Australian mountains. That is what they need. Yeah, for sure, it might not be for the biggest position in the world, but anything helps at this stage. Are Pure Sims going to attack? Of course they're going to attack Arjuna, but I think they back out wisely.
Oh.
What are they trying right here?
And Tatula runs very wide once more. Is there something wrong with this Kova car? I suspect all is not well back in Finland. Let's take a look at these replays. Let's start. Oh, okay. It starts into the chase. It's side by side. Tatula says, not for now. Sends it deep into the corner. And now watch. In towards Murray's. Is there a bump on entry, or does Tatula just run himself deep? Tatula breaks late and then, oh, loses the rear end. That explains what happens. Avdoka says, thank you very much. I'll take full advantage of that. Lewis says, oh, you wanted to take advantage of that. How about me instead? The big red machine to the inside. Side by side they went. And Evdoka, with no tires that we suspect being changed, just unable to get the traction. You can see lights flashing from Tata. That is the universal sign for thank you very much. It was not your fault at all, surely.
Yeah, exactly. Gamesmanship going on right now. And I think Kova are in for a little bit more. Again, Kova are in for fun, right? Kova have made it all the way through to the finals with their big win early on in the year. So for them, what can they do? Of course, they send it and they make moves like this one. That's what they're here for, after all.
Evdoka was very nice, though. Very nice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very, very gentleman-esque. Like, yeah, you can go past. I can try, maybe later. It might be a smart thing after all. Who knows, maybe. Maybe at the end of Hell's Corner, we might see a slipstream, maybe heading down into turn 2. Up into turn 2, rather.
That Vendaval car in the background is lap traffic, by the way, so there is a 5-second buffer between Evdoka and the R8G car driven by Colin Carazani in 12th spot. There you can see just at the back of the shot coming out of Hell Corner. Meanwhile, up front, it is still status quo between the red line cars. Benito leading around Chris Lullum at the front of the field as down the hill they start their descent once more. 20 minutes to go. Don't think we're going to see much happen here. We have seen it's been a dramatic summer in GT3 action and GT4 action on the iRacing service. We've seen teammates come to blows on a number of occasions. Don't expect that to be the case here today, Sommel.
Yeah, exactly. I think with Team Redline, there's a sense of calmness, right? They've been doing this for so many years now. They know what works, they know what doesn't. And I really remember Redline cars having come to blows, I'm sorry about that, with each other. Now, I've barely seen teammates have issues at all in sim racing, much to the scale of what we've seen in real-world motorsport. I think people get it, right? And the fact that we can communicate that a little bit better in sim racing, because of course, as apps like Discord and TeamSpeak, so it just helps a little bit more. And that's why we don't see them colliding a bit too much, and that's why we don't see them impeding each other that too much as well.
On board with Chris Lullum, 18-year-old driver for Redline, the FIA Vice World Karting Champion in 2017. Lots of credentials on his side. 20 minutes away from BMW Sim Live and joining the Redline contingent that is ready to challenge the might of VRS Coanda SimSport. We'll turn the attentions back to the fighting in the field since the Redline boys are playing very nice with one another. Is Tatala going to be very nice to Nathan Lewis? Looking to the inside, but will have to wait out of Hell Corner. Lewis gets a great run, you know, even on slightly more worn rubber than the Kova 707. But in the draft, here comes the Finnish might. Tatala was victorious yesterday in the SEO Sprint Masters. Can he get on past Nathan Lewis? He looks to the inside. Lewis isn't going to fight that one back. It's Kova back to 9th spot.
Lewis isn't going to fight that hard. Could that be the story of another racing series again later on today? Well, DS competition, again, I think it's the smart thing to do, right? You know what's going on right now. Got to respect the situations.
How do you crash on the middle of the mountain straight unless there was contact?
Or a wheel failure.
Or a hardware failure, which of course Redline is well accustomed to knowing all about. Let's go ahead then and take a look at the RaceBot TV replay. I don't think it's a wheel failure necessarily. Maybe some sort of technical issue. But we'll have to jump on board. No, he just runs himself wide. And by the time he blinks back into existence here, disaster is already well on the cards. Seconds from disaster, as it were. You take a look one more time, and maybe there's some technical issues and internet issues there, Sommel, but for Will Newell in the BVN Esports machine, that is the end of what was looking like a very good day for this outfit.
That's right, but I still don't get why, because the wheel was turning leftwards directly. Perhaps some sort of wheel damage from contact with the wall early on, because the wheel isn't supposed to be that, I mean, of course, it was not extremely left, but it was left. And that, of course, caused them to go into the grass. Bit of an absurd one, this. And again, stuff happens. It's Bathurst, but not over there usually. That is a bit of a bizarre one, to be honest with you. By the way, I see things looking very bright for AJR, Junior. The gap has only gone down by what? 4 seconds in the last 13 odd minutes. Outstanding how they're able to keep up with it.
It was 1 full second that Dominic Stabe took out of them last time around, though, so...
Yeah.
It's close. It is close. It is 1.8 back to Stabe. It's a further 2.7 to Jeff Giassi in the red line blue car. I'm starting to get the inkling that they're going to drop out of the top 5 at this rate. There's not much time left, and Veyron runs wide. He gets back control of the car through McPhillamy Park. That was sublime car control, but it's cost him a bunch of time.
Of course it has, and the target is evident right now. Well, Williams Esports know exactly what to do right now. Just keep on driving, and the target will be in their sight and in their hands. What driving, though? Oh, my word. I'm not sure I would have been able to do half of what he's done right now.
Watch the hands here. He's just pushed a little bit too wide. Gets onto the curb. That usually sends you around the weight transfer as you bottom out, but Rallycross, Elliot Veyron, maybe you want to run at the World Championship next year. That was very, very impressive. But now 1.2 seconds back is Dominic Stabe, is Williams Esports Chill Blast running out of time to hold on to this position. It is just over a quarter of an hour left by my math, which again, don't trust me. I think we're looking at a maximum of 8 laps. 7 if Veyron is lucky.
Well, that was crazy. It was not just rallycross, but also some skateboarding. The car barely was on the ground when it was on those curves. And the curves are really high around here at Bathurst. So at that situation, I think we have to take a leaflet out of Fernando Alonso's book. Because what he used to do, of course, and we've seen that a couple of times in Formula 1, just let it glide. Let it glide over the curb. When you come back down, of course, that's when you can control it. No point trying to make some really fierce steering movements when you're on there. By the way, there's Kova attacking, and Kova taking the risky line here.
That's Quintin Vialate, who's defending the young Frenchman inside of Tumas Tattler. He will send it deep under the brakes and force Kova slightly wide. Kova just stays out of the outside wall, but Nathan Lewis squeezes.
Fight for a place is fun. They have been doing the same thing, what, 3 or 4 times in a row now. Kova just haven't quite been able to maintain that inside line, and so haven't quite been able to get the position that they really want to. My word, I wouldn't say they're being toyed around, but yeah, for sure, they are being influenced big time here.
Influence? I think that's being kind. Vialate held on strong. I mean, I think Romain Grosjean would be pretty proud of that, let's be honest. Grosjean, by the way, I have been so impressed. Not just his performance in the NTT IndyCar series, but the way he's adapted to life in America. He is loving it right now. Yes, his Formula One career came to an unfortunate end, an early end, of course, with the humongous accident at Bahrain, but really, he has made the most of that, his second life, if you will. The Phoenix has arose, and he is really enjoying life in America now.
It's basically just a reminder for everyone that Indy cars are not bad, Indy cars are not foreign, Indy cars are not completely unusual. If you want to, even European drivers can actually go there and do it, and for that matter. By the way, more on that later, because Kova have sent one down on BS competition. Again, expected. We knew they had that pace. Just a matter of getting back up and recovering from that mistake they made early on. But yes, coming back to them, coming back to Romain Grosjean, Arjuna, the fact that he's also kept aside his fears of oval racing and has returned there is just outstanding. Shows you that really, if you really feel like it, you can do anything in the world, even your biggest fear.
He was so impressive from the Worldwide Technology Raceway. I mean, for his first oval experience, to be making moves like he did,
yes,
incredible. And I hope that we see him run the full season next year. He's already looking like he might take the Rookie of the Year crown, despite having missed Texas and then the double points race that is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I know it's a big transition for Scott McLaughlin, going from a V8 supercar to an open wheel machine for the first time in more than a decade, and that be it a very high-powered open wheel car. But Grosjean has been so good, and I think so close to victory on multiple occasions. He will get it in 2022, that is for sure. You know who's going to get something, I think, here? Dominic Stabe, right on the rear end of Elliot Veyron. Veyron cannot afford, though, to make life easy because Jeff Giassi is coming, and Giassi is coming quickly. They'll be side by side through the King, but inside line for Stabe in the braking zone for the chase. He gets the position. He's up now into 4th spot. Now, 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds. Veyron is losing time, hand over fist.
Look, Veyron did the nice thing. He couldn't fight more. Of course, if he fought, the tires would be even more in a worse condition, let's put it that way. And RAG can't afford that when, of course, you've got someone like Jeff Giassi coming in the background. So pick your fights well. That's their intention. And it seems like, Arjuna, it seems like they might be pushed back down to P number 6. But I'm going to say it before we actually eventually end up saying it later on. They tried. And we need teams that try something different. It might still work out if, of course, shenanigans happen.
Have to be a pretty healthy dose of shenanigans with 11 minutes left on the clock as we jump on board with Jeff Giassi. Up the hill he will climb, knowing that he's got 5, maybe 6 laps to make something happen. These cars 16 seconds behind your race leaders. We'll try and get an update on where the race leaders are then in comparison to the clock and to the race itself. Fastest lap of the race is a 2:02.994. It's about 1.5 seconds slower than Shane van Gisbergen back in 2016. That was a race lap. Now, the outright lap record was set in 2018 by Christopher Meis, a 1:59.291.
How?
Well, you use the word cojones. I think that very much applies to that lap.
See, the thing with cojones is you can go all out all the time, right? And of course, we tend to over-glorify that strategy of being very aggressive on every single lap, hitting every apex, having some really harsh steering movements. But we tend to forget, with great risk, I mean, of course, with great aggressive driving comes great risk as well, and it can really backfire big time. Still wonder how they actually do it.
Definitely. That was on a track day, so I'm sure there was traffic to deal with as well. Across the line comes the red line contingent, 1 and 2. 9:30 left on the clock. I think that means it's 5 laps to go. Elliot Veyron has 5 laps to hang on to that invite to the Hockenheim ring, but Giassi is already all over his rear end through Hell Corner. Veyron needs the exit of his lifetime, not once, not twice, but 5 different times. Giassi doesn't get the best run through the corner, has to use the draft, the grunt of the turbo-powered engine, down the mountain straight and in towards the braking zone. Veyron covers him off very slightly. Giassi too far behind. Up the hill. Oh no! Giassi took a look. Veyron's having none of it.
I think you misspelled the number, Arjuna. It's not 5, it's 9 more times now. That is 1 out of 10 done, because remember, Bathurst has not 1, but 2 incredibly long straights. But what great defending. Some real big heart here on display right now. This is fun.
And look who's coming as well. Rainer Talvar wants a bit of the action. If Giassi doesn't get by soon, Talvar might get on through. Plenty still to play for here in the closing stages. It's not for victory. You like the little wordplay I did there, didn't you?
Yeah.
I try sometimes. I'm not the best when it comes to some of those things. I'm not a Peter Mackay. I'm not a Chaz Dracop, which I'm sure Paul Smith is not too disappointed about. Let's be completely honest there. But yeah, we try sometimes. Down the hill out of Forest Elbow. Sommel is right. Plenty of places that you can make passes happen. This is one of them. Veyron runs wide. Is Giassi close enough? We saw around the outside. Dominic Stay made it happen. Giassi is searching for that draft. Under the bridge they go. In towards the King. Giassi forced to the inside. Oh, there's almost contact. Giassi's going to force it down the inside. Veyron, can he hang on through the chase? He's getting there under the brakes. Giassi will sweep around the outside. Giassi to 5th.
I see why they call Veyron the fastest car in a straight line, but not right here, unfortunately. No, Veyron gets past, and I think it's more on used tires, that's why. But still, what tremendous driving by Veyron. And at the end, right, it was inevitable, but you've got to appreciate the effort Now, he's got to do it all over again, not with GSC, but with Rainer Talva, and Rainer is just about as quick. Doesn't sound like a very pleasing opportunity, this one, Arjuna.
Well, they tried the strategy. It didn't work out. Why not let Talvar go on through and hope GSC and Talvar come to blows?
Yeah. Again, it's not too bad, and again, at the same time, doesn't make a difference if you're 6th or 7th for that matter now, even if you're 12th or 15th. At the end of the day, if you are and you don't get the prize money, you don't even get the invite, so why does it matter where you finish? No one might think. Nah, bragging rights always exists.
Well, I think Lewis said it perfectly yesterday. Sometimes you have to be prepared to lose to win. That's what we saw in the SEO Sprint Masters in the title fight that came down to just one single point at the end of 12 hours of racing. I don't know. I don't hate the call. If I'm Veyron as all
exactly
that you talked about skateboarding, he goes for a bit of a grind there on that curb, gets a bit of the grass coming through in towards Skyline. 6 minutes to go. Running out of time is Rainer Talvar to get not just one move done, but 2 moves done. 4 tires, though, he will have. As compared to the 2 of Jeff Giassi, look at how he's all over the rear end. He gets a wonderful run out of the elbow, gets onto the power, into the draft, and now which way does he go? We've seen Veyron cover off both sides. Talvar is running out of time, and I think he knows that. He'll look to the inside, taking full advantage of the draft to its maximum benefit. Oh, Veyron squeezes him to the inside curve. Veyron does not let him through. Talvar is going to try the over-under. There's some contact. Veyron gets spat off into the grass, and Talvar now 2 seconds and 5 minutes left to go.
Good one. BS Competition being very clinical with that one. Nearly spilled out over there, but well executed at the end. And Arjuna, coming to that point of RAG and their move about trying, well, to be fair, it had to be done, right? Here's a quick look at the replay. It got a bit too crazy right there. Of course it did. When 2 drivers are fighting so hard, it does come to blows eventually. But RAG, it was worth the try. I mean, imagine how many races are lost just due to a lack of trying.
You never want to be in that position where you don't try, that's for sure. I mean, you always have to throw something at it. It doesn't have to be the kitchen sink. But you always want to give it your best and leave a race knowing that even if you didn't win, you put it all out there, just didn't fall in your favor. 4.5 minutes left to go down the hill for one of the final times today. It's red line red, it's red line green. What a dominant run it's been for them here today. We haven't seen Coanda take to the BMW M4s. Coanda very dominant in the M8 GTE. Redline, can they be as dominant in the M4 GT3? Of course, 2 tickets to Munich. Oh, 2 tickets to Sim Live. I always still say Munich, hoping that things will return to some sort of normalcy and we'll have LAN events in the future. Hopefully that will be the case in 2022, but not going to be the case for 2021. 2 tickets today, 2 tickets at the end of October, and then 4 more seats will be filled in the middle of November. Redline looking very, very strong in this M4 GT3, and you mentioned their victory, Sommel, in the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa.
Dominance, that was what it was for Redline right there. Dominance at the 24 Hours of Spa. They were just that good. And not just there, Arjuna, 24 Hours of Nürburgring as well. Well, these guys know what they're doing behind the wheel of an M4 GT3. You mentioned Coanda not taking to it. I wonder what will happen when they come on, because normally Coanda versus Redline tends to be the Real Madrid versus Barcelona of sim racing, right?
Oh!
The 2 big giants that have been there for a long time.
Mullum took a look. Benito said, no, I'm taking this win. You can have your tickets to Sim Live, but I want the $1,200 in my pocket. How aggressive are they going to be? It will be 1 more lap to go the next time around. This is their penultimate climb up the mountain.
It's a funny situation, Arjuna. I was wondering, right, early on, was Bonito going past a move by Bonito or one decided by the team? Because if it was by him, of course, he's not giving away the prize money. But if it was a team deciding it, of course, there might be a certain split of it, right? Because, of course, we let you win, so you split all the prize money. So,
and this might be crucial right in front of your leaders. That is the Alpha Esports red car that is now going to come to us crawl.
Smart.
Redline just gets on through. That was a big one. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened there. It was contact, I believe, with German Sim Racing, but it looks like the Alpha Esports car may have lost it by itself. Down through Skyline, yes, gets sideways, and that's the track blocker. We've had it not once, but twice now. Unfortunately, Sergio Medina, nowhere to go.
Again, simple thing, right? You take curves for a bit too long and they bite you back. Where does German Sim Racing go? Straight on. Where can German Sim Racing go? And unless they're a flying car, which they can't be right now, the Eagle is only virtual, they could have flied past. They can't, and then again, you get damaged. But now, Redline, where does that prize money go, Arjuna? Do they split it up between both the cars, or do they keep it the way it is? Because I'm not sure if Bonito, I mean, of course not Bonito previously, if Beneke passed on his own merit, or did the team decide beforehand?
I'm pretty sure that was on merit, and let's be honest, they're a team. They're drivers. They want to win, whether it be green, whether it be red. Final lap here in the BMW Sim GT Cup for the Thunder Down Under at 7/10 between Enzo Benito and Chris Lullum. Lullum's not close enough to take a look this time around. It'll be up and down the mountain, these cars just trying to keep it out of the wall. It's been great, Sommel. The first couple of races didn't necessarily have the strength of competition that we expected, but the big guns returned today. Redline out in force, Williams out in force, BS Competition out in force. We had Kova, we had RHE, Pure Sims, Vendaval, Urano, Altus Esports. This is what this competition is meant to be all about, as well as seeing the new faces, the likes of Alpha Esports, the Mechanic Racing Team, and so many more.
That is spot on, Arjuna. That's the opportunity you get with open events, right? When things can be mixed up between those who are relatively smaller and the big names. And that has not happened the way we expected. But again, right, it comes down to the challenge of the circuit. With more time, we can see these smaller teams get better, but the established order will eventually separate up to the top. Again, the cream rises to the top when the challenge is just so hard. And this right here was a tremendous challenge for everybody.
Season 1 was about Redline, was about Coanda. Redline had 4 drivers, Coanda had double digits. Redline respond here today though. They now put Chris Lullum, they'll put Patrick Holtzman to BMW Sim Live in December as we go racing for BMW Virtual Motorsports. What a race we had for the Thunder Down Under. 3 races in August come to a close. It will be Enzo Benito. It will be Maximilian Beneke taking the checkered flag and $2,400. Their teammates right behind Chris Lullum and Patrick Holtzman, $600 apiece. They'll be racing in BMW Sim Live. Looked like some commotion further back down the field as I saw, I think it was the Logitech Gioltas car got shuffled off the road and down the running order, but at the end of the day, they're just fighting for bragging rights. Williams Esports 3rd and 4th. They have been oh so strong here in this M4 GT3, but it's still too little, too late. They have 2 more races to secure their trips to Sim Live in December. Redline Blue, the final car making its way to Hockenheim. I should correct myself actually, because as the fastest lap comes in on the final lap from Tuma Statzler and Kova Esports, because Enzo Benito Beneke won today's race, it won't just be Redline Blue, it will be BS Competition, Reina Talvar, Phil Denez making their way to the Hockenheim ring. 4 hours left to go in this BMW Sim GT Cup Sommel. It's going to be a wild one. I can't wait to go racing in a couple of months' time.
Exactly, Arjuna. That wait is going to feel so long. After this race right here, there's a feeling that we can see the competition being even more intense. Now it's Redline getting a win. And by the way, remember, we've got a different race winner from every single race weekend. There's a pretty good omen for the next round, isn't there?
Side by side, it's now time for photo time. First Williams, then it will be the Redline cars. 3 wide salute, lights flashing from Jeff Giassi. Bathurst is such a fun challenge and really delivered an interesting race. And
thanks for watching. If you liked the video, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Also, big thanks to all these people for keeping me on track. Thank you.